guys. Also still holding our pivot, the 64-1. We need to see a pushback over POCs. NQ needs to be able to build over 30-35 if we want any more upside. Just retesting our pivots. It's a really important area, just like I mentioned in chat. Need to be able to make our overnight low supportive again, as well as yesterday's value high. If we find that this becomes resistance, right, we fail at POC to our ETH here, and this holds, and we look back down, we should make a new low off of that. If we can bid on a look above and then recover our POC, we should be able to trade back up to 46, I think. Which would look something like this. So kind of my idea right now is, do we fail at POC, today's POC at 41s to 39? If this holds as resistance and then we get a look back below yesterday's value high, I think that will probably make that run to 7. If this does end up being the bottom off our NQ reversion zone, which is what this is down here at 93, and we can make 35 supportive and this doesn't just hold as resistance, then we can start to maybe play for the high of this node again. But just be careful here. Just watching our Acre and VWAP, seeing that we are in our downtrend and we are below our overnight low. Dependent on the Russell and NQ continuing to push up. Biggest test right now is, can we get back over our POCs and make them supportive, that move back up to value high. Appreciate it. Yeah, everything's alright. Oh, but it's the weekend. All I gotta say. But it is the weekend. So everything at resistance, right? Russell at our POC, NQ at our POC, and yesterday's value high. ES at our overnight low as resistance and yesterday's value high. Just need to see if buy side can flag it out up here as a higher low, or if this will give us our first sign of our seller, right? We need to see that look below value below 37, right? And then rejection for that continuation down. If we just build here, right, it's just a flag, still below POC, no test yet. So you need to be very careful. We can also see that we're holding zero, or we're holding below zero, sorry. So you need to see a lift here relatively soon if buy side is going to be able to manage this. And then we just watch to see if the Russell can build out at POC. Just expect some two-sided trading here as we try to recover the node. You guys have a decent morning? Nice. Yeah, that makes sense. Our ES POC test. If you're long from 33s or the recovery of value, this is your first target, right? This is our point of contention. Same with the Russell back in top of range here at 68.3 and our LVN that's above us. Should expect some pressure here until we can make it supportive and fill out this LVN right back up into 70.3 or just oscillate again. Look to see if we can build. I don't know if anyone saw what I said in chat, but the 38.75 short down to 33, then immediate bid back up, right? Like they're two solid trades there. I'm sorry it was pretty quick because before I was like actually at my desk, but that was the first thing that I saw, just the break of structure. As soon as we failed to hold this, it's like, okay, well, let's come back down to our next important level. Just kind of made sense. Especially with the weakness on NQ and RTY. Now we're just at the battle for this LVN above us on the Russell, top of our range. See if we can make these POCs supportive on NQ and RTY. Get back over on ES. So again, just watch your POC here, I think. Like this 30, 33 on NQ is kind of where we want to see this bid. I think if that doesn't hold, that we'll probably have to come back down to 24 before we get a understanding. So really just want to see the ability to maintain higher lows and build at our POC on retest. We want to see NQ, or sorry, ES ideally hold like this ETH low and yesterday's value high if it's going to hold. If not, we look for a failure at our POC, a look below, a reoffer of our yesterday value, and then we can probably take the short off of this if you didn't take it off of POC. This is still just like an indecision point. We need to see the look below and retest to let us know. But I always think that these points have like pretty solid confluence for scalps. So we know that the Russell's at resistance, we know NQ's at resistance, we know ES is at resistance. And it's just like, okay, well, just move your stop down. We know we know that we're gonna look for that bounce here, and that we need to see something like this if we're bullish. Right? Because this is just like a flag. And we know for sell side, we need to see that look below and then reoffer, show that that buyer is in here. And then that should lead down. So good scalp first target here. If you are in, if you're waiting, we look for the reoffer to see if our overnight low, yesterday value high, is resistance on a full candle close below, then offer. Need to see NQ show 24 as resistance. This is our first like test of our flip of our.
Fed's Bowman says, I don't think rate cuts are warranted this year. If we saw unexpected shocks, that would be a case for a rate cut. I want to see the number of months of better inflation data. Bowman says it's probably a number of meetings before I'm ready to cut.
Look for a reoffer and see if we can hold. Need to break below today's value low, yesterday's value high, and ETH low needs to hold. Right, so really what we're watching for here is, can the sell side move down from POC to here, or is it now supportive? Right, like that's the test. Sellers are trying to move the offer down, right? This is the reoffer we were talking about. Need to see if we can now hold below our ETH low in our 38.75. Trying to make that value low test that we just did, right? We're just watching the offer move from POC. Now it's trying to slowly grind its way down. If buy side loses this, should be able to at least get back down to our 33s. Bit of a challenge. We need to see the Russell kind of break the structure. This can result in a bit of a bid first if the Russell does want to oscillate again. So just really keeping an eye to see if the Russell fails to fully move up. That's kind of our clue. If it only makes a lower high, right, and then we break down, don't equal bottom here. Should move your stops to at least break even if you're playing the reoffer or played off of POC. What's up, Flex? So that may have been confusing what I just said. What we don't want to see happen is I don't want to see the Russell do a full oscillation, right? We want to see this to now kind of be resistance, ideally. And the best outcome for continuation down would be, just like with ES, the ability to find acceptance below value and kind of move down. If this wants to continue to oscillate, then this will just be a higher low, and then the sell side can get trapped here. So we just want to be careful. Wait for that Russell to show some weakness, understanding that we're just at the bottom of our range. We look for the offer, that leads to continuation, or it leads to reversal. We know we'll have success when we can start to build over POC. Insta quit. Battling with our 24s again on NQ. Buy side's trying to recover it. Need to see if the offer will push them off sides here, or if buyers want to look back up again. Again, we are fully dependent on the Russell and Russell POC test, NQ POC test. ES back in that no man's land. Need to see that offer stick at our ETH low. Yep. This is where that bid coming in really matters. We want to see if buyers are going to be exhausted from this or if they can put in this higher low.
According to a statement, Hamas are to hold consultations with Palestinian factions to reconsider truce negotiating strategies.
Hamas is Palestinian. POC retest on ES and Q back up to our resistance here, that 39 to 44. Russell still holding that lower high at POC. Again, really important that we're able to build at 65.7 and look back up to the top of range if we're going to get continuation. Off of the failure from sellers to hold the offer below 38.75. U15's just opened. Rest in peace. Keep an eye on 30s as we come back into it on NQ. You want to see a bid really step in there and defend that. Need the look over 40s. Russell still showing weakness. Need to make a new high on. Need NQ over 40s, and we need the Russell to make a break out of this range. Or this will be our lower high and weakness. What I was talking about. Still very mixed, but a 30 hold on NQ would be very telling. You hate to see it. 30s go offer. I'm not too sure about this. Might not be it. Need to see the ability to be able to lift here. Hold 30s. This Russell weakness is really hurting us. There's just so much volume that's been exchanged around here. They do it? Or does this now go offer? $30s holding. Back up to our seller. Again, need to get back over 40s. ETH high, ETH low, now holding on ES. Again, still need to be able to make POC supportive. from the ES ETH low hold, and we need to see the Russell back over POC if we want any chance of breaking out of this range. 40s is key for a move up to 60. Q. That's what I'm looking at. You can see the importance of that 30 level. Just on price wise, the amount of like POCs that have stacked there. And then we have our 15-minute Globex VWAP up at 59. Be my target. If we can build above 40 to break the range and then retest. It is dependent on us being able to build at this 40-45 on you, Russell getting its shit together and getting over POC. We're not going to get clean moves if we don't have the Russell and NQ moving together. New 15s and new hourlies in a minute and 40 seconds. Come on, Russell, you can do it. Watching us into our low again on the Russell. Either it bounces here or we look without acceptance below. Off of the failure. I don't know why the stagnation was so dramatic. Killing me. Just back to our 30s on NQ. Still holding our pivot. Again, need to see that buyer at 40s not be offsides. Over 40s we should be able to fill up to 59. But unless the Russell wants to tribute, it's going to be postponed. Just another bounce off 30s on NQ. Again, need to get over 40s. Need to see the Russell find an actual low and bid. Or we're just trapped in this two-way trading range until a pivot breaks. That's pretty cool. The gamification, maybe that'll help. Russell still falling, pushing back down to bottom of range. Another rejection of our 40, back down to our 30. This is our test to see if the Russell can hold the oscillation or if it makes a new low.
In 10 minutes time now at 12:45 p.m. Eastern Time, Fed Scoresby is due to speak in a moderated Q&A at the Economic Club of Minnesota luncheon. Fed's Kashkari will be introducing Fed Scoresby. Keep in mind no text is expected. Oil prices fall, with Brent crude down by 1% now to around $83.02 a barrel.
Russell attempting to find a low again. Want to see us push over 65.7. We can get some movement with the Russell. There's a chance. Again, need to show that the offer isn't moving down to 30s. Need to see the push over 40s and the Russell over POC. Or it's just more of the same, which is just stuck. Until we see the Russell actually want to move, we will continue to rotate this node, waiting for a direction to be made.
So in 5 minutes time now at 12:45 p.m. Eastern Time, Fed's Goolsbee speaks in a moderated Q&A at the Economic Club of Minnesota luncheon. No text is expected.
Get out of here. So we're shortly expecting comments from Fed's Goolsbee now.
Hello, everybody.
Oh,
What up?
Russell is trading in a half a point range.
Yeah, at least the Globex Enjoyer's got that nice little top of range move on ES, and now we're stuck. That was like very much how yesterday was too. In the afternoon, there was like one good continuation move.
Unfortunate.
Yeah.
Back up to our 40-45 here. Russell at our pivot, 65.7. Need to see a push above for POC on the Russell. Want to see the look over this 40-45 and for it to build for that push into 60s. It's going to happen. Russell finally getting a bit of excitement, so we go with that. We can hold. So stupid. Like, the most patience. Just waiting for the Russell. First PT is always going to be into your Russell POCs. That was our resistance before. We see the ability to continue pushing, then again, target's going to be that 60, 64 on NQ above 51s.
In 10 minutes time now, at the top of the hour, we see the release of the US Baker Hughes rig count numbers for the week. Oil rigs, the prior was 499. Total rigs, the prior was 605.
The rejection of Russell POC, it is what it is. See if we can now hold where these sellers were previously at this 65.7. Low volume on this push. I mean, the push is like not a push. We got like 3 green candles. There's been so much volume exchanged here. It's just rotating POC. So I don't know. I mean, I don't know how to really answer that. I don't know what push. You are referring to. He held VWAP and then pushed back up to POC on the Russell. Immediate resistance, just top of range. Now we just look to see if 40-45 can be supportive again, like we were talking about before. If it fails, then it rotates back down to POC, most likely. That's for NQ, sorry. We're also trading at 45 so in US, so be careful.
I feel like best case like structural scenario here is that ES kind of like floats up to VWAP and starts putting some structure in there through this cell. Like too much pressure down into these 30s and we're just like into the highs we were yesterday that took us an hour to come through. I did not have a lot of faith yesterday. I doubt all of that activity we saw in the bid closed in this cell.
Russell bid stepped in where previous seller was at that 65.7. Still need to make POC supportive if we want anything more. NQ held our 40-44. Need to be able to push over this 52. That move up to 64, or this is it. Just waiting on the Russell.
It's been 5 minutes time now at the top of the hour. We expect the results of the Baker Hughes weekly rig count. Oil rigs, the prior was 499. Total rigs, the prior was 605.
Is Rory here?
Earlier.
No, Rory.
I think he might be done trading.
He's got games to play.
He got he passed his eval today, so I think he's done.
Oh, very nice. Very good. Was that a what was that pump off of? Do they have earnings? I thought they had earnings a couple weeks ago. Ah, okay, so it was this week. I do think kids it's worth watching healthcare with this bird flu stuff coming on.
So we're shortly expecting the US Baker Hughes rig count numbers.
Thank you for context, Surf. Mr. Tots. No, how are you? We already talked about this, man. Here.
So Baker Hughes total rigs out at 603, 603.
So I only use one mouse and I have about 8 of them.
And Baker Hughes oil rigs at 496, 496.
Little market chicken here. You have ES looking back towards POC, RTY looking down into kind of like the side node structure, down towards value low. NQ just looking into past kind of top of auction as well. Negative 500 tick. The whole shebang. Brother, dude, what is that? That's this is gonna kill you. Abby does all the time. I can't actually touch her computer. I can't use the mouse.
You just like move it at like a centimeter and it's like
Yeah,
across the
I
screen.
can't do it. Well, cause I'm like a huge like for like FPS games. I like arm aim, and that's how I have my mouse set. Like
Yeah.
I make big movements. I cannot actually use her PC like at all. It's the most struggling. It's crazy. Absolutely crazy. What do you mean hardcore enough? They're super cheap. Did you ever use Zowie mice back in the day?
I have the G502 Hero. So if it's... I wish it had more side buttons though.
Laser mouse. All the glorious ones are just once all the Zowie like patents ran out, they just took the same molds. And they're way cheaper. It's honestly bigger, like the D is pretty big. It's bigger than all of the Razer mice.
I don't know if it's cheap. Like what, like 50 bucks, 70 bucks?
That's pretty cheap for mice.
Yes.
If you get into like gaming mice.
I don't know why you'd need more than that. Unless you're doing like MMOs and you need like 40 buttons on the side. Yeah, 30 bucks is a great deal. It's a good mouse.
Yeah, that's the exact one I use, sir. The Model D wired. The D is big.
Russell leaning down here up to the break of our range. Might be able to get some movement now. Push down to 61s maybe, if we don't just bounce here. We want to see 64-1 now kind of hold as our low. See these sellers off sides like we have drawn. Off of the failure at POC. ES just back down. Or sorry, NQ just back to our 30 buyer. I think it's pretty safe to say that below 24s we'll get the full oscillation of our node on NQ. Or is this where that buyer was been holding us? Yeah, I mean it's a good mouse. Like it feels really good in hand. I don't know how big your hands are, but like it feels pretty solid. Got good weight to it. Yeah, then it's good. I also have like large hands. I usually get like cramps from smaller mice, but this one I've never had issues. 24 test here on NQ. This buyer is still present if POC is now resistant. The best part about is the software that comes with it. Pretty solid. Favorite part, because you can set up profiles per game, and so when you go to that game, it'll switch your settings to the game's to your preferred like DPI and key binding as soon as it detects the game, which I really like. Other than that, though, I mean, it's pretty basic. But anything that saves me time. I'm a big binding guy, so
Fed Scoresby
not
says
having
the
to
Fed's 2%
redo
inflation
everything
target
per game
acts
is
as
really
an
nice.
anchor on expectations.
Weird.
You said you had it for a while, man.
Fed
Right.
Scoresby says short-run inflation expectations aren't what
Things
matters.
break.
Really, that's the too much cookie clicker is really a problem. The only thing I'm looking for here, if we're going to get anything different than what we have been doing, is a rejection of this 30-35 area, is where you want to see the seller step down into, with the Russell rejecting our previous buyers at that 64. If that doesn't happen, I think we just rotate again back up to the highs. Like, we need to see a break below 24s, because we know a buyer is there on NQ, and we need to see the offer step down into this like POC and yesterday value high at 33.30. If we don't see the seller here, like I just don't see a reason why
there's not much evidence that inflation
something
is stalling
changes.
out at 3%.
We need the Russell to continue down, right? A break of our current range, our seller and our offer to move down with it to show. So far happening, but we need to get below that 24 and then offer a move there or a move down to 14 Q PH low. Yesterday's POC. And same trade as before, where we're looking for the offer on ES to reach below yesterday's value low, or sorry, today's value low at 37s, right? And then make ETH low resistance, right? We want the offer to now hold our overnight low for a continuation. Or again, we will just rotate, just like we did last time.
Fed Scoresby says we hit an inflation bump this year, and now we wait.
Wait.
The stuff they were saying yesterday was so funny. They're like, it might come up or go down.
True.
We don't know. It's like, genius.
Don't speak. There's nothing to add. Stop.
Shortly expecting the results of the Fed reverse repo operation.
If you're playing off 24s, this is your first PT into 33, 35 area.
Goolsby says we're relatively restrictive on policy. $72 counterparties take $486.434 billion at the Fed reverse repo operation. Ed Scoresby says I'm hesitant to focus too much on the recent inflation data. We've made a lot of progress.
This is your 0 tick here. Yes, looking into the halfway back and towards POC.
Oil prices extend losses. Brent and US crude futures fall by $1 a barrel.
This is rough. Get me out of here. $24 bid still happening on NQ. Again, need to see that look below 24s and the offer step in for more. Then I think we can look for that 13. If 24 bid wants to continue to hold, like you're gonna get chopped. Trying to short anything other than that looks into 33, 35.
That's how it was yesterday afternoon. Like until, well, honestly, for the next like hour, it was just like a bid, but nobody over the spread. And it was just like, is the bid there or not? And we just like sat really slow. And then eventually we started getting some participants over. Tell us, Tatum.
At 1:30 p.m. Eastern Time, we expect comments from Fed's bar.
We'd like to see the offer move down here into this 24 now. We're going to
So Fed's
get
bar
anything
gives
new.
commencement speech for the American University School of Public Affairs graduation. Text is expected, but there's no Q&A.
This is just, again, this buyer willing to hold this edge. Another rejection of our 33, back to our 24s.
Some more size here. Coming down in this 38, 37 3/4 on the offer on ES now. And surely it just gets eaten back up and we sit here for a half hour, right? I'm trying reverse psychology. The market makers are listening.
One minute remaining.
Ooh,
Fed Scoresby says, given the uptick in inflation, we have to wait and see on policy. Fed's bar doesn't comment on policy in the commencement speech.
arithmetic test here. Yes, NQ is slightly lower than the last test.
Decent divergence on
Scoresby
tick.
says if the uptick in inflation means overheating,
over
the Fed
overnight
has
low.
to do whatever we have to do to get inflation to 2%.
Gonna watch that as our pivot. This divergence. What sucks about this is like when someone actually decides to break in a direction, there's gonna be so many people that are positioned off of this like little tight range that it's gonna be so hard to actually catch the move. There's just gonna be a punishment, like 2 candles, and then chop again.
Yep. Keep relating this to yesterday, but that was how it was too. Like the bottom of our breakout rotation just felt bad, and then like it was pretty obvious on the highs when there was repositioning, but then like ES it was only like a 5-point trade, 6-point trade, and then we just sat sideways again. Actually in the same area too, but.
What's up, Nick? You're good, man. I've been missing as well. Some personal stuff come up, so I didn't stream until like 12 today. Not missing much.
I saw your message last night and I was like, oh, I should get up earlier. And then I didn't. I was like, ah.
It's all
okay.
good. I put out levels. It was obvious, like the gap fill low.
Yeah.
Tom was here.
I've been sleeping so late at here. There's like just nothing going on.
Yeah, it makes sense.
Spaghetti and chicken carnitas, Tatum? What is that? Excuse me? What kind of mix is that? Now with the setup I got, Sven. Don't worry, I'll be in your castle tomorrow reading your table. Don't you worry.
Watch our 33 again on NQ. So much tick divergence. Trying to make that ETH low and ES supportive again. Cover that 38, yesterday's value high. Really need to see the Russell get over 64, 64.1. For the rotation back up to POC. Or this will just reject here. Bit of lag on trade debate. Move my stop for a second.
Where are you going again, Tatum? I don't know. Every time I think of like Myrtle Beach, I think of the old school like PBS timeshare commercials.
Just got stopped there. My last runner.
Fed Scoresby says housing remains a significant inflation challenge. He says if housing inflation comes down, there will be an optimistic lane toward 2% inflation.
Jesus. The duality of man. Airbnb link, Marriott link.
All I did was find the most expensive hotel.
Ah.
Fed Scoresby says I don't accept we are stuck at the last mile of inflation.
Same view.
Gotta get the points up, Surf. Come on.
A really nice Airbnb. Pool as well. Tatum, you should stay here. 28 a night?
That's how much that Airbnb is?
Yeah, right on the
Holy
water with a
cows.
pool. Full
That's
kitchen.
like, that's almost the price point where I start like getting nervous.
Uh-huh.
Like, why is this?
It just
30
looks
bucks
like a
a night?
hotel, but with a kitchenette.
Ugh, you're fine, Tatum. Bed bugs won't bother you. One whiff and they're out of there.
This Airbnb is at a seaside resort, Ocean and Reef, a seaside resort. What's the catch? Midweek? You know what today is, Surf? Oh, okay. Flex, I can't even like say that aloud. what do you want me to say? Just paint, man.
Fed Scoresby says the supply chain is mostly healed, but benefits of increase in labor supply may last during 2024.
It was a mistake hopping on stream in the afternoon. What is this? I mean, if you're playing off 33 and 24, like, there's a clear rotation, but why? Why are you doing that? Be nice. He's sensitive. Be nice. I'm about to not even stream at 9 anymore. We're gonna end the stream at 9:30. I'm gonna stream London.
On that note, like, I really hope next week things kind of like open up. I am still flabbergasted that we made like our full bullish rotation with the worst trading week of the year. Like, New York session has been so bad this week.
Oh.
And we're just up like 100 points. So I don't get it.
Is the market just like so overinflated with 0 DTE that we like can't move during regular sessions, like midday on? Just don't know. Are you guys getting
feel like
moves
it's
like
almost-
end of day or what?
Yeah, but like, kind of. I almost feel like it's the opposite. Like, we don't have, like, there's no one positioning outside. So there's, like, no one to go punish. But both would result in the same, whether it's trapped or, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, the action is going to be the same.
You look.
It's just, like, really strange. Because even, like, this move, like, really, I mean, we're up 100 points this week.
Yeah.
And the actual structure and, like, price of where we've traded through should have been really squeezy. But it hasn't been.
3 beds. Surely that's what you need. That was nice as well, though. 109 for 3 nights. He's pretty solid. Big fish rentals. Oh, 3 beds, but only 1 real bed. Got it. Get you the king. Yeah, I mean, this looks great. Great view. Yeah, book this one.
Little divergence here in QES. ES back value low. NQ down to the bottom of this like overall auction, and it's 13 with Russell higher high. Little peak below 0 tick here as well.
Sorry, overnight low on NQ 1375. Well as yesterday's POC. If that goes offer, then we can probably look back down to 98. What a weird divergence. Just feels like punishment from that range. Watch our ETH low as we push into it. Our reoffer here. See if the bid can hold above. This will now move down. Retesting our value low on ES as well. We're trying to see, I just went to a 1 so that you guys can see this. We're seeing if these buyers are now offsides at this edge low. Can we get back into this distribution, or is this tail now resistance is kind of the bet. The Russell divergence is quite strange. Just keeping an eye on this 30.
Any alongs here should be trimming both names POC tests.
Especially with the Russell divergence.
zero tick here as well in the pivots.
In 10 minutes time at 2 p.m. Eastern, we get the US federal budget balance. Forecast 250 billion on the prior, minus 236 billion.
Because the Russell's diverging, you basically just got like a liquidity grab on NQ. Now just back up to our 33s. Push over that, and then I think we probably retest our 40, 45, or see if the Russell can build over the 64-1. Garbage. This thread that Obi posted is crazy. In crypto chat. Reposted it in here.
Coming up into yesterday's high here in Q, been over ES. Said this earlier, but off this little liquidity grab, like if we're gonna have anything, I really want to see like a higher high towards VWAP on ES.
Immediate rejection off our 40-45 on NQ.
Goolsby said the Fed has a 2% inflation target and we will get to that.
I'm gonna hold one long runner here until we might confirm back under POC. We can get a little squeezy.
In 5 minutes time at 2 p.m. Eastern, we get the US federal budget balance. Forecast 250 billion on the prior, minus 236 billion.
Only news is that OpenAI is doing a demo of new stuff on Monday at 10 a.m. Google search competitor on Monday. But I don't see why Google's going up on that. Not GPT-5, not a search engine.
One minute remaining.
This is a target for me on ES into our 45, 46, 75. We can push over that. I think move back up to our 50 pivot makes sense. Same thing with NQ over 52. We go into that 64, 60, 64 area. And then the potential bottom is in with that Google news. If not, this is top of range. Just need to see if we can build it out. You're very dependent on NQ getting continuation of momentum here
10 seconds.
with Russell sideways and Google causing that move up. So understand that we've got a seller at 60.64 above.
209.5 billion. That's lower than forecast 250.
We sold off last time at this 51.75.
Like on this thread yesterday, and I was like, here's how to understand. Oh, where did I put it? Did I not save it? I might have just screwed myself.
No, I don't think it's the video creator, because he would have just said it. Seems like it's something new. There's plenty of demos out for Sora already. There's even like commercial use now for Sora. Music videos. Which are bad, by the way. Like that war paint one. So bad. Or washed out. I mean, it's cool, but definitely, here. It's a little uncanny. You'd want to see, I would want to see 40s to hold if we're going to continue up. Just as before. Again, like just top of range. We watch 62s on the Russell, see if Russell can double bottom here. See if 40 can hold as supportive. Very clean rejection at our 45s on ES, top of our range. Yeah, it's really uncanny. The pace is just like a bit too quick. Yeah. I think if someone else, I mean, I think it's just poorly done. Because I've seen better clips from Sora and from AI art, like, creators. I just think that they didn't, whoever made it
Time at 2:15 p.m. Eastern, we get comments from Fed Scoresby
could have
and Fed's
worked
Kashkari,
on the
who will
pacing a
speak
bit
on
better.
CNBC.
A bit more, sorry. It just feels off. Yeah. Actually. The bid is attempting to hold 40s, pretty weak. You see a bit more. It's just like pretty lackluster still from the initial pop. You need to just see how far we need to retrace off of that move. You know, it's one of those things where when you get a news candle, you know, have volatility. You get like the volatility move, and then we look to see if the halfway of that move can maintain. See if buyers are still interested after the initial pop, if we can get out of here, or if sell side positioning above is still liquid enough to keep us exactly where we are. Well, that's cool. You might be able to see the northern lights tonight. Solar storm. Yeah, look at that. Looks like I will be on the roof tonight. No, thank you. Yeah, it's like a pool and a big old rooftop. To like lounging and all the stuff. Nice pop over from our 40 holds. Again, looking for this 60-64 on NQ if we can now get a bid off of 52s to finish up this tail on NQ.
In 5 minutes' time at 2:15 p.m.
Make sure you're
Eastern,
pushing
we
to
expect
60-64.
comments from Fed's Kashkari and
Just move your
Fed
stops
Goolsby.
up if you're trading off of the
Speak on
40s.
CNBC.
Need to see a look above 60-64 and push up into our PVZ at 72.
Russell has a lot of room. Just to add to that.
Yeah. At least the POC.
Shortly expecting comments from Fed's Kashkari and Fed's Goolsby.
It's the quality.
ES is building out a bit of a node here. I want to reiterate, I think it would be much better if it made a secondary move here and built like a double distribution on the day. This is going to be a very strong selling node if we can't get up and over it.
Fed's Kashkari says, I am cautious about how restrictive monetary policy is. And Fed's Kashkari says, I am in wait and see mode about the future of monetary policy.
Pay attention to Russell here. Higher high. POC still 66.5. Tick is like really struggling over this 200.
Fed's Kashkari says the bar is high for another rate hike, but we can't rule it out.
With ES and NQ here, looking down towards previous structure, see if we can put in a higher low. Need to see a 0-tick reclaim.
Google into like 168. It's your halfway back of the move up. See if we get a bid then. And it's just like you're so dependent on NQ for that. Or sorry, Google for this continuation off the news. So if buy side's gonna hold, we'd like to see it kind of happen as we flag and push down into this. If it goes over the halfway, right, into this like 168, 167.86 area, you have this doji, and feels like a lot of this will get retraced. We want to see it kind of maintain supportive bid above this halfway structure. Failure to do that, then there's not a ton there, right? We want to see this kind of supported up.
NYMEX diesel June futures settle at $2.43 a gallon. NYMEX gasoline June futures settle at $2.49 a gallon. NYMEX WTI crude June futures settle at $78.26 a barrel. That's down $1 or 1.26%. And NYMEX natural gas June futures settle at $2.25.
The rejection of Russell POC, go figure. Again, just wait for Google to come down into that halfway back area. As soon as Google finds a bottom, that's when you have an attempt to get a higher low. I think we just watched this 35 area on it too, to be honest, where our node is.
There is a decent first little absorption there on ES at POC. I'll understand you have aggressive sellers down here. These pivots on other names.
Start pushing to our 35s on NQ. See if this will hold. Again, this is just our major node and NQ structure. PH low on ES.
Hello, Romeo. How is you? That's crazy.
Start 30, 35 on NQ. See if it holds or if the Russell needs to rotate back down to 62s. Get back over 40-45 on NQ from the hold of our 30-35. It's 10-point range. Same scalps as before. Just the node hold. Watching our reaction into Russell POC on the reoffer. See if a lower high gets put in. Offer steps down into it. Google attempting to try to find a bottom, but still nothing. Just off of our NQ node. Getting the Google lift.
Really close eyes on zero tick here. Would love to see like 43s trade here. Be a strong lower high, or I'll get our zero tick push through most likely. $43 is still holding as your weekly value high as well. Want to see that desire from buyers.
Apple plans to announce that it will bring generative AI to Siri. That came out 3 minutes ago.
Early, that means we trade 20k on NQ today, right? That's
What does
wants.
generative AI on Siri even do? It's like, Siri, make up some bullshit. Like, what do
I
you,
don't know.
like, what is Siri gonna do?
I know it can like tell you pictures and like reverse mid journey,
Okay.
but that's already implemented.
Yeah. Siri, please build a taste profile off of my most recent searches.
Yeah.
There you go, Tatum. Siri has now just become your AI girlfriend. So far, this is a solid bid off of our 30-35 that we were talking about, and this rebid over 40s is good. It's the same range as before, right? We're just oscillating the node. We need to see the Russell get the hell over POC. Actually, it is incredibly important. I might consider getting it in. Power to you, man. Waiting for like the Sims to get AI, and then you could just have a full conversations with your Sims characters. You know? Now you're gaming.
Now you're gaming. I'm taking a pretty significant trim here.
Replica? Yeah, I've heard of it. It's just like a chat GPT bot with the skin. But like if that's what you're like, I can see those kind of things being helpful if you like actually just talk to like basic conversation. I feel like those things could be really good as a learning tool for like was actually implemented correctly. Just have like an AI to conversate with, right, in a different language and like build up your skills. I think that would be probably the best use case. Like Duolingo should for sure have that. Maybe I just came up with a might actually be a solid idea. Wonder if that already
Sorry, I
exists.
already have it. I already patented and
Oh, shit.
copyright all of your ideas. Nice try. Come back next year.
Get rotated.
Yeah.
Alright.
You're lucky Sauce is on the job, or else he'd already have built it.
Front month NYMEX gasoline at $2.49 a gallon. That's the lowest since February 29th.
I really want to see ESNQ put higher highs in here. Says Russell like equal high, still not upended that upper node in this like bottom distribution. Hopefully that makes sense. It's pretty clear if you look at the chart. Like NQ in the daily open and ES towards that 50 or L.
Brent crude futures settle at $82.79 a barrel. That's down $1.09 or 1.3%.
I don't know if it happens on this leg. Might need one option. Go look at Google. Maybe if Google can break this. You see another like 2 planes in the last 2 weeks from Boeing have had problems. Landing gear fell off one, and the other one, like one of the jet engines, it's like caught fire. Ugh. How did he? Oh, and actually 3 now. Another one last night. Emergency return to Japanese airport after a wing flap irregularity.
Tatum, you need to think bigger, man. You need to think like 20,000 points bigger. Put it at 38K. I'm still holding one ES runner, and it either hits 50 or I take break even at 39, I believe. See you guys in a half hour when I hit break even.
Yeah, another rotation. Oh yeah. Adrian, you here? When are you gonna hop on, man? First.
Yeah, you must actually have to go do actual work. Feels bad.
Man bought V Rising and then never logged in. Another one for the Steam collection, I guess.
Yep. We'll just rebrand him to Darian.
God. Darian even having Steam is just wild. Like, what? Why?
Negative 500 on tick here. You want to see like a really strong buy side response here, or the potential for another full retrace is quite high.
UTTT or calls. For those to play, you would want POC to 64-1 to hold, I think. As long as this is maintaining, I think that those have merit with the higher lows that we've been putting in. Has anyone ever bought anything from Boot Barn? Surely not.
I'm pretty sure my sister buys a lot of stuff from there.
Okay. Boot barn.
Like, I think that's decent.
Cowboy boot. Never even heard of them. Well, kids posted that stock today.
Hmm. Oh my goodness, Tatum. No, I think yeah, I think both my sisters actually buy a decent amount of stuff from them.
It looks quality now that I'm actually looking at their they have to offer. But it makes sense why I've never heard of them.
Yeah.
Hell yeah. These are not in Ohio.
Russell, wall higher high here. Looking into this upper structure. Like to see it come all the way to 68 and we get this final ES move in Q. It was good off a negative 500 tick there. Keyman. Yeah, see, like, where I am, Sig, those are like Walmarts.
Mm.
Yeah, like one per town. Actually, not. I don't even know where they have very many, like, actual locations. Really, most of their stuff is online.
Apparently I'm wrong. There is a boot barn, but they're all on like the white flight areas around me.
Sure.
They're like 45 minutes, an hour away.
And there's a lot of, like, farming in Ohio.
Oh, yeah.
Like,
A lot.
like southern Ohio.
Yeah, man. Like a completely different place.
Yeah.
Ohio is so weird. Like, so liberal in the cities, and then it's like a different world as soon as you go like 50 minutes away from a city.
Yeah. Well, that's kind of like how Minnesota is, too. It's like 70 or 80% of the population lives in like 5% of the state.
Yeah. God, I cannot stop yelling.
Sellers still respecting highs, ES and Q. Not get a real big tick push there either.
Come on. Come on, please. If this price action persists into next week, there's no way I'm doing full day streams. I'm just letting you guys know. We're stopping at like 11:30.
Yeah. I'll get on for like the 1 to 2 Central, 2 to 3 Eastern, and just say screw the last hour.
Yeah.
Easy.
I mean, like, if there's a trade, there's a trade. If there's not, like, what's the point in sitting here?
Well, I asked this yesterday, but there was very little chat activity yesterday. Those hanging out, you should go on the App Store and download the game Figgy. You should
Figgy?
start playing Figgy.
Like FIGGY?
IE.
IE.
It's FIGGIE Kiz. It's a game that Jane Street made for their interns and like starting like first years on desks, and they just released it. So it's kind of like the UI and stuff is kind of crappy since it's like an internal product, but it's supposed to mimic like OpenCry trading. It's pretty fun. I played a couple games. It's like decently complex, but once you get it, it's kind of interesting.
Downloaded it right now.
But they have like leaderboards and stuff, and they have like apply to Jane Street. So if you get really good at Figgy, maybe go get a job. Easy.
Cool. I don't
Plus,
know.
I think
You want
it's
to work at
kinda,
Jane Street, but
Yeah.
you know.
I think it's interesting too because like the only people who are gonna know about this are kind of people in the loop, which means that if you play like a real game against someone, there's a good chance they are pretty smart, or at least like understand markets and stuff. Like the player base has to be
Yeah, I mean, there's only like
decently high.
I don't got like
Like
1K reviews only, so I wonder.
yeah, I mean it's new. I think it was just this week that they released it public, but still, like only like 1,000 downloads or whatever. Like it's a very small sample size, and then
Yeah.
plus everyone at Jane Street, like.
This is interesting. Okay.
It's like very overwhelming at first, but then you kind of like get in the groove.
watch Maldito's game. I see Kiz made an account. I see Maldito made an account.
In the couple games I played, I think where it's actually going to help people is by remembering bids. Cause like there is a tape on it, but like you kind of have to remember like, oh, people were bidding or offering these last 2 rounds on this card, and like now it's significantly higher. I should sell mine, which can help people with the dom, like actually, of just like remembering size and stuff. It definitely trains the right thing. Maldito
100
selling
point
spades
move.
for 10, huge meld, and a 14. Well, there you go, man. Yeah, exactly, Maldito. It's just like normal trading.
Come on, 50s.
It's gonna go 49.75.
Uh,
I wonder how long I've been in this position. Well, I guess I can do some math. Almost an hour. If there is like no desire for ES to put a bid in over this VWAP, probably it. God, that was Tatum makes like $500. Damn, that was terrible.
was it
Man, I
worse
wish-
than your 12-hour workday?
Yeah. He's like, I'm gonna go sling boxes and make
Yeah.
50. See ya.
Just say it, you know?
Do I need to do the GIF again, Tatum? I will anyways, I think it's good for you. True. That is a problem. Adrian, you're back.
That is a good first comment, Brownie Bear. Holy. Yeah, no,
just
afternoon
did that.
sessions are horrible. Adrian, you need to hop on Be Rising, bud? It's not late. It's not too late for you to refund. You have 0 hours played, you know? Yeah. I think Rory and Varg are on right now. Come on, let's get this look over 66s. Need the Russell to be able to build up here. The new cosmetics are pretty nice, but it's a bit hefty on the price tag for what you get because they have to pay out the Castlevania people. But it's a
Yeah. I saw the pack. I will probably get it.
yeah.
I mean,
bought
that
it.
game, like, I am just so bad at the combat in the game, but I love the building.
It's good.
It is so fun. So I will be building.
Resident Builder.
I can fix your castle, Romeo. Easy.
phone while charging. 35 miles. Huge. Cybertruck has to be like one of the worst releases. Like it's just been problems from day one.
I'm probably just gonna take off my runner on this little push. I'm not gonna fight for ticks here and get into like 49. I think you can probably still get it. I mean, we have what, like 35 minutes on the day.
This is actually Globex, like speed-wise. It's crazy.
Yes. Yeah. I don't understand why people like aren't trading this week. It doesn't make sense to me. Like it feels like a vacation week.
Yeah. New hourly is 2 minutes, 40 seconds. Sticking your finger in that is crazy.
For science.
I saw the initial test before they did the update with the hot dog, and it like sliced, sliced it clean in half, man. Hell no. They released an update allowing indicators to plot on the main chart when occupying a window below. We apply that. Maybe that's good for the arm and fire indicator. I feel like we could already do this because you could. I guess never mind. You could. Oh, I need to push the levels update. Have to do that. I'll make sure that that goes live this weekend, so it's up for Monday. This guy at 64 needs to bite us, man. What is this? All day. Get me out. McDonald's to launch a $5 meal deal to lure low-income diners. Imagine raising your prices to the same price of eating in a restaurant was not the move. I feel like the only fast food place that hasn't lost the plot is Taco Bell these days. Everyone else is just like astronomically raising prices for like low qual food. At least like Taco Bell knows what they are, which is like mid food but relatively cheap and made specifically for when you were high.
I have some Taco Bell beef.
Oh yeah?
Yeah, because post-COVID, they got rid of all the potato stuff, and they never brought it back. I was always big on the potato grillers.
They still have those?
Not in Minnesota.
Really?
Yeah, there's no potato anything.
Damn. Yeah, they've got them here. You can get
do
potatoes
the-
on anything.
A quesarito and some loaded potato grillers, and I can't get that.
Uh,
It makes me sad.
they just released like a full-on like they're calling it the Cantina menu, like the rotisserie. Yeah, exactly. Because you can get like potatoes in anything here, at least.
Cheaper cravings box. Yeah, alright, keep flexing on me, kids. Keep flexing on me.
That's so weird that they don't have potatoes there. What? That's like that's so random. Do you guys have the fries?
I'll have to look. Taco Bell. Guess I can search the menu.
Yeah, I just don't know if they'll give you like a state specific one.
Potato. Okay, so they do have those cheesy Fiesta potatoes. That's it.
Weird. Because usually you can add like the potatoes are like with a vegetarian option, so instead of meat you can always get them, or you can add potatoes to whatever.
No loaded potato griller though.
The shit, what is it called? Taco.
I will be right back in a couple minutes.
Mm-hmm. I had the chicken flatbread and the stacker yesterday, and those are worth the money. Stacker is like actually just a quesadilla, folded in half, but it's loaded. And the flatbread felt worth as well. I mean, it's like $4 and I was full between the two of them. Yeah. Those are nice. Those are good additions to the menu. I don't go there like often. Yeah, but like it's by far like the only one that still feels reasonable. This is Russell pushing into our next target, guys. 68.3, top of our range. This is right back to where we rejected last time, where the LVN is. So if we want more, we're going to want to see this build out above here. Or this will remain our resistance. But a really nice hold off of our blue zone that we were talking about. Off of Braxton's IWM play. Sure, you'll see a post from him in a second. NQ still holding our 64 resistance. Very Russell move right now. Yeah, I don't really eat fast food often, but like the only one that doesn't feel like a scam these days. You go to like Wendy's now and you spend $30. Like what am I doing? Yeah, 629. That's pretty good. I mean, like that'll fill you up. Not bad at all. Yeah, Raising Cane, $34 for some tendies. That is robbery. Crispy chicken tacos. Where's that? Is that Taco Bell? What is that from, Kiz? Del Taco? I've never had Del Taco. We don't have those there, or here. But I've heard it's really good. There's your Braxton update. As we are in our resistance. IWM calls almost to 100%. You're on the same wavelength.
I know, Age. I had to go let the doggo in. I was like, this is the perfect opportunity to prove my point.
Did you move stop or are you getting tagged into 49?
Me?
Yeah.
I exited. Like I
Okay.
couldn't like hold view up a little bit ago.
But-
I mean, it was like,
yeah.
let me look at this actually. Like I sold like 1 into 45, and that was a 15-minute trade, and then I made like another 2 points, and it was a 49-minute trade.
Yep.
And I was like, this is stupid. Like, make an extra $100. Like, okay. It does add up, but it was
Yeah.
just like,
It feels bad.
I'm over this.
How big are those tacos? What do they mean by snack tacos? I need a banana for scale.
It's like the size of like a dumpling wrapper. Like,
Yeah.
fits in your palm.
That's either a really good deal or that means nothing. I mean, regardless, like, I mean, it seems like at least 319. Probably good. Again, I don't expect a ton more on the Russell or IWM in general until we can make this LVN supportive. So that would look something like this. And you're looking for acceptance over 70-30 to get up into this upper tail. Or this will remain resistance. Five-inch shell? I mean, that's a good deal, yeah. That's just like a regular sized taco at Taco Bell. Yeah. That's a huge deal. Where is a Del Taco? Del Taco. Oh, they have a restaurant in Ohio? Oh, no. Marion and Whitehall. Why? Where are these places? Marion, Ohio. Never even heard of it. Why is there a Del Taco in the boonies? $65K population, but has a Del Taco. Wrong. Yeah, I'm looking right now. Marion, Ohio. What? With Google basically still flat from our bounce, and the Russell at our resistance, you're gonna need to see tech really start to carry if you want anything more, or I think this is probably just range bound for the rest of the day. It's not like we have much time left, but that was the Russell rotation. So without that, and with NQ holding our 64 resistance that entire period, now you don't have anything to gain momentum is kind of what I'm getting at. So you need to see a shift where either we see a bid, right, step in on the Russell to hold a higher low, as NQ holds a higher low here, ideally into this 51.75 I'd like, or it just seems like we'll rotate back down. Don't know if there's a ton of moves left. Hit our target. That's that. These afternoon sessions are not it. Taco Libre.
It's so good, man.
It looks good.
It's like and it's like scarily like too authentic as well. So like even the like small places where the menu isn't in English, like Taco Libre is better.
Yeah, I mean, it looks
There's so
pretty
much food.
solid.
There's like a queso burrito or something. It's massive. So much food.
Oh yeah, the quesabira. Taco. Bro. Yum. Oh, the mega quesabira. Guys, saying. Half pound of bira smothered in cheese and thrown onion. Damn. Yeah, this place looks great. Is this a franchise?
I think they have like 2 or 3 locations. No, they have 5 locations in Minneapolis.
Have a good one, Cass. Enjoy your weekend.
So we're looking now to the market on close imbalance, 1 billion to the buy side.
Billy. Going back down to our Russell pivot, 66, 60. See if buy side's willing to defend this off that lift into our resistance. That'd be basically the only thing that's left. Again, just this 40-45 on NQ. 40-45 to 60-64 is your range. Same thing with the Russell. Your low, POC, PVZ. If it's like this next week, I probably won't be streaming full market hours. There's just no point. I'll like update charts if I see something interesting, but we'll probably end the stream at like when the market starts to slow down around like 11-12ish and switch over to just doing updates and intraday ideas. If I ever see a trade setup that I like. Hopefully this doesn't persist for too much longer, but I just want you guys to be aware. It's just it's a waste of everyone's time.
I would be surprised if it persists. It feels like really early for like a summertime slowdown. I still can't believe we moved like a very bullish 100 points like through a big structure like this. Like, even, like, perspective on this, where we're trading right now is, like, the major basing that we put in with our all-time highs. Like, this was your buy zone. Through, like, March. Mid-March, mid-late March. So, like, the March roll gap, this was the highs. In this 50 area. Very strange. It's like the sell never happened.
I think it'll be okay. I don't know, we'll see. Last day for it. Hopefully everything goes well. I'm assuming you already have all of your accounts set up, passwords and all of that. I'm like just the most worried about them like shifting prices, like reevaluating people's commissions, stuff like that. That's what I'm worried about. That's just annoying. And like having to deal with like if they do shift like to US customer service, I'm gonna have to deal with some idiot at Schwab. Solid lift off of our POC on the Russell and our 45s on NQ right back up to the highs. Again, need to see 64s be supportive. Then you could probably look for 72s. But this is just the LVN fill. Remember, we need over 70.3 on the Russell for continuation. But this is still just our LVN resistance. This is our target, though, in Sunny. That's the full move. There's a bit more room above, technically, on PVC up into 52.75, but 50 is a solid target. That's what we've been looking for this entire rotation. I think the streams are good when we're in high vol, but when it's low volatility and we're like range things, it's just kind of not worth. Because this is where I think having charts with like a clear setup in mind, levels of like invalidation, would do a lot more justice than the streaming. It's fine when we're high vol and like scalping is in play and I can just like talk through my trades. But when there's like an hour in between where we enter a position and then us watching it chop sideways, slow grinding, it just feels bad for everyone. And like if you didn't get into the initial position, it's like I don't know what to tell you. Nothing to talk about for the. But it's really hard for me to do both. It might be just a me. I'll figure something out. Think about it this weekend and see if I can come up with a solution. Stream fee rising between trades. I think my computer might blow up if I've got Trade Evade plus Trading View open or browser windows and OBS streaming. Got pretty solid internet bandwidth. A lot of outgoing. I remember when I was solely on TOS, and I would get my internet provider would like limit my bandwidth because I was taking from all of the indicators and all of the scanners that were going.
Remember when TOS itself used to limit us too?
Man.
They're like, hey, slow down there, bud.
Too much data.
We're trying to protect you by limiting your data.
So easy with all of the way that their scanners work. You can like hook indicators up to them. A full entire watch list. Imagine, hopefully at some point TradingView adds this, but imagine like getting stack signals on things that you're not even having up, but like an entire watch list, and then alert you. The 5 minute, the 1 minute, the 15-minute stack all had like buy signals for a stock that you didn't know we cared about. That's the power of TOS. Like by far the most robust scanners. Alright, you guys have a good weekend. I doubt there's more than what we just did. 50s was target. There's nothing more. Got a little look back up in 70s. Now you're getting these guys wrecked on both sides. Again, I'll think about it this weekend. I can come up with a better solution for what we're doing. But like low vol trading is just not for these full
Yeah.
full stream. Maybe we go to like half of the day I stream, and then I stay in voice with you guys, and then I'll do chart updates in text chat and just do narration via that. But like locking up my computer and having to sit here for majority of the day, like it's just not beneficial. But hopefully this doesn't persist. It ain't it. You guys have a good weekend. Sorry. Go.
Final thing, no, just really quick. There's a potential for this week that the newsletter will be late or later than normal. So, just a PSA for those still hanging out. With me getting back home and Darian as well getting back
For the
home, so
week,
there might
the
be some
S&P
conflict
500 gained
Yeah,
1.85%. The Nasdaq
Goodbye,
rose
everybody.
1.14%, and the Dow climbed 2.16%.
I will see you all on Monday at 9:30 open. Have a good weekend.